man, I got to sit down. I got to get my earbuds out and just, man, all this hard work. Jeez. Post-game show, Terry Ford hanging. Jay is off moving. I lose track of which daughter is going to which school and who's moving in where, but Jay's moving one of his girls. He will be back tomorrow. I tell you, I'm not going to lie to you. I told Jay, I said, the way we're going right now, man, be careful. Just be careful. Be careful. And in all seriousness, we haven't really discussed it on the show. We hope nothing for the best for our bud, our member of our crew, Bill Gunner. We hope everything gets better for him as soon as humanly possible. Again, he's one of our folks, and we just hope that he gets healthy and everything heads in the right direction for him as he deals with some health issues, and we hope everything's going to be okay for Bill. And while that's going on, our buddy Captain Dave took a header, had a little fall. He's okay. He just needs a couple days to recuperate. He sent me a pic because his face broke his fall, and he's going to be okay. He's just going to need a couple days. And then, Kale, who's here today, steering the ship, decided to get strep last week. So, we've been on a roll here lately. We've been on a roll. I told Ed Bird and Tyler, go home and don't leave the house. Tyler's like, I'll put myself in bubble wrap. I'm like, please do. But no, again, we hope the best for Bill. Dave will be okay a couple days. He sent me a picture. Honestly, it looks like that he got in the octagon and lost. So Dave will be okay in a couple days. And again, we hope the best for Bill as he deals with some health stuff. And, and Bill is obviously, he's talking about it on social media, kind of give everybody a heads up on what's going on with him. So we hope everything, everybody gets better as soon as possible. We can get everything, back to normal here. We appreciate, look, I give Scott Hamilton a lot of grief because, well, it's fun. But I really appreciate Scott and Jack Veltri, our bud from Gamecock Central, jumping in here in very, very short notice during our noon to 3 show and helping us out a ton. All right, Shane Beamer talking to the media today. I mean, again, nothing earth-shattering or earth-shaking from Shane, just good, solid stuff like always. And obviously, the number one story we talk about constantly until it finally comes to a conclusion is Rasul Faison. Nothing new on Faison. Faison did not scrimmage over the weekend because of a shoulder issue, not because of an NCAA issue. It's a minor thing. Shane, confident Faison will be back, obviously, at practice, and also confident that the NCAA will rule in favor of South Carolina and let Faison play in 2025 as a member of the Gamecocks. And I don't think we have anything left, really, on this topic, but what we have heard is everything has finally been submitted to the NCAA because one of the rumors was that Faison's paperwork had, some of it had been misplaced or wasn't in the proper place it should have been and it had to be tracked down or whatever the case. But everything, according to sources, is there. So hopefully we get a resolution very soon. Look, at this point, it's one way or another. Just tell everybody what's happening so everybody can move on one way or another, right? I mean, that's really where we're at. You hope for the best, and Faison is going to slap on Gamecock gear and play at South Carolina. But just you want to know one way or the other at this point. That's just where you're at. So we'll find out with Rasul Faison. Nothing new. It was a shoulder thing that kept him out of the scrimmage over the weekend. Shane touched on that. We'll have some Shane Beamer cuts here in just a little bit. Kayla will get that going here soon. So we'll have a bunch of Shane from the presser today at 1 o'clock. Again, nothing earth-shattering. Just talking about, the football team, where it's at after a scrimmage. From what we've heard, the offense early on so far is hanging in there with the defense. Usually defenses are ahead of the offense this time of year. Defenses, again, defense is just the way football is built. The defense early on, you had the offense. The offense, you're putting in new stuff on the offensive side of the ball. You're working out some different things, doing some stuff. And defensively, it's, okay, they're snapping the ball. Now let's go destroy them. I mean, you are tweaking some stuff on defense as well, but usually not to the extent of the offense, right? So it's good to hear the offense is holding its own. I know your first thought is, does that mean the defense sucks? Well, what's the deal? Not necessarily. But remember, with this football team, the big question marks are on the defensive side of the ball. I mean, you're replacing almost the entire front two levels of your defense, right? So that's where your question marks are. So it might take some time for the defense to ramp up with a bunch of new pieces. You're going to have 1, 2, 3, at least 3 to 4 guys who are going to get substantial snaps who came through the portal. So they're just, again, they aren't guys who got a lot of run in their last place. So, they might need a little, oven has to warm up a little bit, It'll take a little bit of time to cook. But the important thing is kicking the ball off against Virginia Tech in late August. Just be ready for that. Be healthy, be ready, and everything else will, whatever goes on the little trip through summer camp. And speaking of Virginia Tech, in this hour, probably bottom of the hour, it's time to start taking a look at the Hokies. So I was sniffing around a little bit, getting some information with Virginia Tech. One thing that's very interesting with Virginia Tech is yesterday we saw everything that went on across the street with the Blanchard announcement with the logos on the field. At Virginia Tech, their AD is going to do a huge presentation to basically the Board of Trustees saying, we need $52 million. I believe that's the number. $52 million to invest in the football program to get caught up. We have fallen behind, and we need to catch up. So, again, it's everywhere. And we'll talk a bit about Virginia Tech, bottom of the hour. And again, South Carolina on paper looks better. South Carolina will be favored. But Virginia Tech also lost a bunch of close games last year. And they were a football team, and they were, we talk about South Carolina being, 5 plays away from being a one-loss squad last year and possibly being in the college football playoff. Virginia Tech was probably 5-6 plays away from having a much better season than they did. They had some kooky games, some weird endings. They had some injuries. Starting quarterback was out. So it was a thing last year, but I will say this. The coach of Virginia Tech, firmly on the hot seat. Firmly. So you got to do better than 6 wins at Virginia Tech this year. We'll talk more about it later on, bottom of the hour, but just to start giving you a little intel on the South Carolina opponent in Atlanta coming up in, less than 20 days now. All right, we'll circle back to Shane and his comments next segment. Some of the things he talked about in the presser, including, the important thing, the cookies. Cookiegate, the cookie scandal. We got to get to that. Shane sticking up for the wife. But looking back at yesterday real quick, what went on with the announcement of the partnership with Blanchard. And, again, just kind of reading the room and, it's not everybody, but the most vocal folks in a fan base on social media, internet, Twitter, text, whatever. There are a good amount of folks that don't like it. But I think, and we'll probably throw up a Twitter poll at some point, either today or tomorrow, to get your thoughts on social media. And I think there was a couple people that were like, talking about, well, we're being told who cares if we like it or not, just deal with it. No, I don't think that's what's being said, especially from this show. We're just saying, look, this is the world now. I mean, there's when the world moves forward, sometimes it's great, right? Like, wow, I don't have to read a Rand McNally map anymore. I just go to my phone and type an address in, and there's a little woman that lives on my phone that tells me where to go. That's cool. But some things in progress you don't like. You're like, oh, I get it, but. Okay, I understand it, but. And this might be one of those to folks. It's like, yeah, I understand you need the money, but I don't like this corporate stuff. I mean, that even happens in pro sports. There are people that, they see it everywhere in pro sports. This is the name of the game. You got to generate revenue, but you don't like it. We like tradition, man. Tradition's great. And, sometimes progress just tramples tradition, runs it right over. Doesn't even give it a proper burial, doesn't give it a memorial service, just runs it over and leaves it laying there to get picked by buzzards. And I'm one of those people, I understand progress. I think we all should evolve, or at least me, because God knows I need it. But I also think that we have to be respectful and honor tradition in the right cases. I don't think everything in the past was bad. I don't think everything in the future is bad. There's some traditions you got to change. You got to move forward. You got to evolve. And some you can move forward and evolve without screwing with tradition. I'll give you tradition real quick. I had an ex. Her family, New Year's Day, and it was like a superstition in their family, they would eat sauerkraut on New Year's Day for good luck. There's nothing in this world I hate more than sauerkraut. I can't bleep and stand it. I mean, the smell, the taste, the texture. I would rather lick a used kitty litter box than eat sauerkraut. Okay, maybe not. But anyway, okay, maybe not. That might be the one thing I wouldn't do. So, but to be nice and respectful to their tradition, I'd make a joke out of it. I'd eat a sliver of sauerkraut with them. It was their tradition. I wanted to be respectful and honor their tradition. Now, once my ex became my ex, guess what I haven't eaten since? Sauerkraut. That tradition is done. I've evolved from it. I've moved forward. But I was very respectful to the tradition in their family. I think you've got to be respectful to tradition. Everything's fluid. Every situation, to me, is different from every other situation. You have to always look at things at that specific event and say, okay, tradition-wise, what's up here? What do we be respectful to? What do we handle with kid gloves? What do we understand that this matters and is important to others, and we need to be cognizant of that fact? I think like Willie B. Jeremiah Donati said yesterday, we played you the cup multiple times, that we're not going to change the name of the stadium. It's going to be Williams-Brice. I think you need to be respectful of that, absolutely. Now, could this happen? I don't know. Pick some sponsor. I won't use Walmart. Let's just use Walmart because we're running out of time. Williams-Brice Stadium, sponsored by Walmart. Maybe. Boy, it's got a terrible ring to it, by the way. It's awful. I mean, could a local company with deep pockets want to do something like that for the maximizing of their brand and brand recognition? Could the name of the stadium not be changed, be manipulated? Things like that happen all the time. But you're not going to change the name. It's always going to be Williams-Brice Stadium because you want to keep that tradition alive, which it should be kept alive because, again, to this fan base, that's very important, and it needs to be respected. But there's going to be a lot of stuff NASCAR'd up in the world of college athletics. All right, we'll hear from Shane Beamer next, what the football coach had to say. Start with the cookies, the scandal. That's next here on The Game. All right, so let's say you want to do some work on the house. Let's say you want a new tub or do some new things to the bathroom, change up your bathroom. It's very simple. You pick up the phone, you call 803-978-2025. That's the number of Krager Showrooms, formerly The Nest on Gadsden and the Vista. You call and say, hey, look, I want to do some stuff to my bathroom. Oh, let me put you on hold and get you in touch with our bathroom expert. You get on the phone, you talk about what's going on, your budget, your vision, your goals, what you want to do, and then you will come in, sit down, have a further conversation, and walk the showroom and look at all the great things that Krager Showrooms, formerly The Nest, has regarding bathtubs in the bathroom. Then you sit down, you nail it to the price, and you know what you do? You go home happy. 803-978-2025. It is Krager Showrooms, formerly The Nest, in Gadsden. Give them a call and get your home looking the way you want it to. 803-978-2025. All right, halftime show. No, I knew I'd do it. I always do it. I do it once a show. I only do it once when I'm in here by myself. Post-game show. Terry Ford Kale's here steering the ship as we go up until 6 o'clock here on the game. The Game Golf Classic. The Summer Golf Classic is back, sponsored by Krager Showrooms, formerly The Nest in the Vista. August 22nd at Charwood. Tee time's 9 a.m. Registration starts at 7:30. This onion sausage is phenomenal. Onion sausage for breakfast, mimosa bar from Saki's Wine and Spirits, Firehouse subs for lunch. Saki's a big Ohio State fan, too. Oh, my God, he's going to be miserable to be around. He's going to be wearing Ohio State gear. Oh, probably has Ohio State tattoos in really bad places at this point. Our buddy Saki, from Saki's Wine and Spirits, will supply the mimosa bar, also Firehouse subs for lunch. We have prizes. The golf gun is back again. It's my favorite part of everything when it comes. I'm not a golfer. Love the golf gun. It is back. $400 a team. Right now, there's still space for about, 7, 8, maybe even 10. We've got over half of what we want, but we still have room for you. Call 803-755-2000, 803-755-2000. Press number 2 to sign up because one of those little fancy automated deals now. Yeah, Rock's going big time. Rock's evolving over at Charwood. So, again, the Game Summer Golf Classic, 803-755-2000. Press 2 to sign up. So, Shane talking to the media. Injury, besides Rasul Faison, we care about injuries. Here's Shane talking about Desmond Imazulu and Jalen Kilgore and any type of injury update for those two. Hit cut 2, Cal.
They, normal bumps and bruises. Dez will be fine. Got banged up in the scrimmage the other night. Jalen's got a little bit of a, soft tissue injury on the lower body, but if we played today, they would play.
So there you go. I mean, those two guys will be fine moving forward. So if you look at the first two, like the depth chart and the 2 deep, knock on wood, so far so good injury-wise through summer camp. But the other big story, now we've had injuries, we have had Rasul Faison, we've got Cookie Gate. In the Netflix special, I don't know how much you've seen of it or not, one of the things that comes up in the Netflix special is some controversy over Shane's wife and how she was making cookies. And I guess people jumped on social media to either tell her what she's doing wrong, criticize her about it, whatever. Because that's what we do, right? I mean, it's just life. I'm mesmerized by... Because I'm just not like this. Like, if I don't like something, I don't eat it. If I don't like something, I don't watch it. If there's something I don't care for, I don't partake. And I'm one of these people. There's like 4 things in the world I know how to do right. I'm not a very talented human being. But if I see someone doing one of those things I know how to do right, and they're doing it wrong, unless they ask me for help, I'm not going to walk over and go, hey, by the way, you're doing that wrong. I'm full of X stories today. I had another X. I was at SeaWorld in Geauga Lake in Ohio years and years ago. And this ex of mine was a huge freak on penguins. I mean, she knew everything about penguins. It was penguins were scared of her and got restraining orders against her. Well, there was a penguin exhibit or whatever, and this woman was talking about penguins, and the woman said something. I can't remember what she said because I don't care. And my ex stopped, turned around, and beelined over the woman to correct her. There's nothing that's not good. No one appreciates that, by the way. No one goes like this. Oh, gosh, I'm so happy you corrected me in front of 10 people to tell me I'm wrong. Thank you. Can we hug? No. I'm just not that person. If Shane Bieber's wife's making cookies on a Netflix show and she's not doing it correctly, I don't care. I really don't. God love you. You're nice for making cookies for people. But anyway, so Shane talked about this Netflix thing that happened with his wife and the making of cookies. Is something she's done forever, even when he was as an assistant. So here's Shane defending the wife's cookie skills. Cut 1 there.
Having said that, I do have a statement to make. I think my wife is getting some undue criticism on the cookies that she makes. That's in episode 5, I believe. She's actually had people that have reached out to her on Netflix telling her that she's not cooking the cookies long enough. So much respect for the people that took the time to reach out to her to criticize her for her cookies, but the cookies are the freaking bomb, just so you guys know. And I've got my girls back. She's been making those cookies when I was an assistant coach. She's been making those cookies for my position group that I coached. So the running backs at Virginia Tech, or the tight ends at Georgia, or the tight ends at Oklahoma. And now what you saw in that episode was her making the cookies. She does it every Thursday for all the people in this building. So to the people that reached out to her on Instagram to criticize her and telling her that she's not cooking them long enough, come up here on a Thursday after practice when I put those cookies out and see how fast they're devoured and gone, because they're gone in about 5 minutes as well. And reach out to any tight end from the University of Oklahoma from 2018 to 20, or Georgia tight end 16 and 17, or any Virginia Tech running back if you want to ask about the cookies. So I got her back. Let me say that. The cookies are awesome. She's cooking them the right way. So with that.
Well, you know what? I mean, first of all, is that's what you do when your wife's getting criticized on social media. Stick up for her when you got the microphone in front of you. But I think what we should do, just to further Shane's point, is if he said Thursdays, right? Didn't he have Thursdays to put the cookies out? It's not that far from the football complex to the studios here at the game on Gervais in Columbia. So, Shane, feel free to drop some of those off here. We'll eat them on the air, and we will also have your wife's back. I'm just trying to help, Kale. It's what I'm here for. Trying to help. So if you want to bring the cookies by, I'm sure we will devour them and talk about how great they are. We're radio people. We eat everything in sight. So we will eat the cookies, and we will have your wife's back as well. We're here to help. That's what we do, being the flagship. Anyways, we'll get some more stuff from Shane here in just a little bit. We'll circle back in about 15 with the coach. Luke Doty's having an interesting camp. Now, this is the backup quarterback right now. He's the most experienced backup quarterback in the quarterback room. But he's also working special teams. He's also playing a little wide receiver. Is there anything that we should read into that? We'll get into that coming up here in just a little bit. We're going to spin off to Virginia Tech next. The Hokies, a lot of turnover on that roster. Sometimes that's not a good sign. Sometimes that's a sign a coach has got to change a culture. Sometimes it's a sign the players are jumping off a sinking ship. We'll talk a little Virginia Tech next to get you caught up on South Carolina's opponent in, roughly 20 days. It's a post-game show. Terry Ford, Kale's making sure we stay on the air. We go till 6 on the game. Post-game show. Jay will be back tomorrow. Kale is running the show for us today. Appreciate him hopping in. Terry Ford, we are cooking this baby solo this afternoon while Jay moves one of his daughters into her college apartment or dorm. One of those two. I can't remember now. All right, so Virginia Tech. It's time to start focusing a bit on Virginia Tech. Game's coming up very soon. Time to take a look at what's going on there. Look, going into last season, Virginia Tech had 21 starters coming back. I mean, they were stacked. There were people that thought they were a dark horse to win the ACC. And, well, they lost a bunch of close games. Finished the season underachieving at 6-7. Look, Brett Pry, the head coach, look, here's the deal. You better put together at least a 7-win season to even consider getting your gig back. Pry, it's below 500 total record, below 500 in conference. It just hasn't been working. I mean, they do get back their starting quarterback, Kyron Drones, who was injured a decent part of last year, is back. Here's the thing about Drones. Is he a dual threat kind of guy? Yes. But he really struggles throwing the ball down the field. His 2 years as a starter, throwing the ball 10-plus yards down the field, his stats, not very good. Doesn't throw the deep ball well at all. Inconsistent in the intermediate areas. Now, again, Phil Montgomery has come in as a new offensive coordinator. He was the head coach at Tulsa for a bit. The offense is going to be different, more up-tempo, things of that nature. Will Drones be better in a new offense? Well, if Montgomery catered it to Drones' skill set, yeah, you always have a chance of that. Like I said, there might be more tempo to it. But Drones has struggled being consistent throwing the ball down the field. This team this year, it's almost like a new squad. There's a ton of transfers. Almost a whole new team. The running backs, whole new team almost. Guys brought in through the portal. Marcellus Hawkins. Looking for that. Let's see. He's one of the big names. Braden Bennett. He came from Coastal. Terrion Stewart, who was really good at Bowling Green for a couple years. They have a holdover in Jeremiah Coney that they like. So this could be a running back by committee. It could be something where, Terrion Stewart just takes a hold of the reins and becomes a number one. There's a lot of change in the running back room, wide receiver room as well. 3 wide receivers they bring in, again, through the portal, because that's what's been going on here. The kid Donovan Green probably has the most rep from Wake Forest. Cam Selden was a highly rated wide receiver recruit at Tennessee. Didn't pan out there. Selden is now at Virginia Tech. They got a kid from Jackson State whose name is skipping me right now, who averaged 20 yards a catch. Selden has speed. He just hasn't transformed that into production. But again, you might have some fast guys. We have a quarterback who has struggled throwing the deep ball. The line of scrimmage, there's a lot of turnover there as well for Virginia Tech. This is, in a lot of ways, almost a brand new football team. They only have 12 returning starters. And again, they have 5, what Phil Steele calls net close losses from last year. So again, is South Carolina better on paper? Feels that way, but you better not be bringing your C or D or G or V game, or you could walk off the field with a loss. It's the kind of team you got to be careful with. They're also dealing with money at Virginia Tech. And we'll get to that in a second. But think about this for a minute. Virginia Tech under Frank Beamer. Yeah, last name sounds familiar. This is insane. I put this in my notes. Virginia Tech at one point went to 27 straight bowl games from 1993 to 2019 under Frank Beamer and Justin Fuente. 4 sugars, 4 orange under Beamer. Since 2020, it's when it totally tanked under Fuente. And how it's gone under Pry. Since 2020, Virginia Tech is 27-34. That's not very good. And I'm looking at this article from Football Scoop. Virginia Tech is 14 seasons removed from its last conference championship, has not played for the title in 8 years. Again, a program that went bowling 27 straight seasons and went to 4 Sugar Bowls, 4 Orange Bowls under Frank Beamer's watch. They have a cool little note here. When the Hokies last played in a major bowl game, the opposing head coach was Brady Hoke. Run that one through your head. Brady Hoke. So, it's been a while. The folks are a little restless in Blacksburg. But, according to this post I was reading, the AD, Whit Babcock, will make his case to the Board of Trustees that the school needs to commit $52 million in new investments in order to return to the top tier of the ACC. Yes, the athletic department, the only thing the athletic department spends above average, above the ACC average on is women's basketball. Below average on everything else. Again, you got to get the money. You've got to go get the money. And usually when you see like a program that was good for a long time in this world we live in today, and now they're not as good as they used to be, you look at two things. Okay, maybe you got the wrong coach. B, you not spend enough dough. It's really what it comes down to anymore. And I don't think it doesn't feel like Brent Pry is the right dude. But one thing's for sure, they got to spend more money. That's just the lay of the land. And, you know, this big presentation that Babcock is going to lay on the Board of Trustees, one of the things I thought was interesting, a couple things. One was the idea that if you make the college football playoff, Virginia Tech could add roughly $83 million in estimated incremental value to their program. We'll put them right behind like a Florida State or a Clemson when you talk about money. Investment in football, Virginia Tech invests below the league average in the ACC. I'll give you an example, just really quick. Clemson. Assistant coaching pool is $10.1 million. Virginia Tech is $5.5. Support staff, $10.5 million at Clemson, $3.4 Virginia Tech. Clemson has 87 staff members. 87. Virginia Tech, 55. Football budget at Clemson, about $68 million, $41 million at Virginia Tech. Think about this. Virginia Tech at $41 million is $20 million behind Florida State, and now North Carolina decides to take football seriously because they hired the hoodie and his girlfriend. North Carolina is spending $7 million more on football than Virginia Tech. So that's again, it's so much about money, and we're all so tired of talking about it, but it's the truth. And if you look at TV ratings, because remember, the ACC now is looking at, because they want to try to make Clemson and Florida State and others in the league happy, there's different metrics now to get your TV money. One, obviously, is performance on the field. But this was interesting. A 5-year rolling viewership ranking in the ACC. In 2018, Virginia Tech was 4th in TV ratings in the conference. 2019, 4th. 5th in 2021. 7th in 2022. They are not in the top 7 in the last 2 years. Why? Fans want to watch winner. They want to watch winners. In the world today, this is who we are. Not everybody, but a lot of us. It's like, why do I want to go spend an entire day of tailgating and football and drop a ton of money to watch a bleh product? What I'll do is I'll DVR it. I'll keep up with it on my phone. I'll watch the highlights later on YouTube. I'll read about it on the internet. But you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go have some fun on my Saturday. It's just who we are. It's not a criticism. We have a ton of options in our world today. We have this thing called technology. We can keep up with a game and go do something else. It's a lot of money and a lot of time to go to a football game. And if your team is bleh, you might still love them and support them, but you might say, you know what, I'm going to pass on going to that because I might leave angry. And I'm going to go do something I really like, and I'll keep up with the game on my phone. That's the way this goes in a lot of places. It just does. Because we have so many options. I say this all the time. If we look at sports as entertainment, and we do, if a movie stinks, do you say, hey, let's go see that movie that sucked again tomorrow? No, you're not going to go because the movie stunk. If you're getting a poor entertainment product over and over and over again, when it comes to athletics, why do you keep sinking money in if you have no hope? That's the way people are now. Do I wish every stadium was always filled? Sure, that's just not reality. So Virginia Tech's got to spend some money. They got to get their football program back where it used to be because their fan base is kind of going. All right, here's some Shane Beamer coming back about Luke Doty and the backup quarterback room. That is next here on the post-game show here on The Game. All right, so Shane Beamer talking to the media today in his typical 1 o'clock spot, which we'll have all season long on the game here in Columbia at 107.5. Before we get to that, we remind you we'll be expanding, by the way. That will be this coming Monday. The game will expand into Charleston. We'll be at WIWF. It's 96.9 HD3. So you'll be able to hear the game in Columbia, Florence, Myrtle Beach, and now in Charleston as well. Again, that's starting on Monday. And in Charleston, you'll hear us 6A to 6P all the way through, all of our local shows. All right, so Shane, talking to the media today, let's focus on the quarterback situation real quick. We'll start with Luke Doty. Luke Doty is playing quarterback. He's part of special teams. He is also still doing some stuff in the receiver room. And here's Shane talking about Luke Doty's focus in summer camp, where it's at.
No, he's a really good football player. So, yes, he's still the number 2 quarterback right now. And, yes, he's continuing to work in a lot of areas. He's working on all of our special teams, all of them, meaning our 4 core, punt pressure, kickoff return. He's working on all those. He's working in the return game. He's just really smart. He's a talented guy, and he's improved as a quarterback. So, yes to all that.
Yes, he's doing all those things. Your first thought is he's really far and away your most experienced backup. And the 2 guys after Luke Doty are massively unproven. So your first thought is, should this guy be running around as a wide receiver and being on kick coverage and stuff? And is that a good idea? Again, Shane knows his roster. Does that tell us anything? Does that tell us that, when Shane said, yeah, Luke Doty's number 2 quarterback right now, does that mean that an Aaron Nolan or a Cutter Woods is going to pass him up at some time in this camp? Does Shane feel that it's safe enough to let your way most experienced backup quarterback running up and down the field on special teams? Well, last time I checked, people hit each other. Because usually you don't do that with your backup, right? But again, Luke Doty is a different kind of cat. He's a jack of all trades kind of guy. So is this just, look, man, we're maximizing the talent on the roster. Luke Doty can do multiple things for us, so we're going to have him do multiple things. One of them right now is to be the backup quarterback to Lennar Sellers. Is that just really the way you're looking at it? Maybe. It could be. But it's human nature to go, did you want to kind of keep that guy protected from getting hurt because he might have to, God forbid, play if something happens to Sellers? All right, the next one here, and we're going to drop down a little bit, Cale. The next cut is about those 2 young, unproven quarterbacks, Cutter Woods and Aaron Nolan. Cut 13, here's what Shane had to say about those 2 battling it out in summer camp.
Great competition. Cutter and Air continue to improve. The first thing I would say, Jordan, is both those guys have really improved since spring practice. You see the work they put in over the summer. They're having fun out there. They're moving around well. And they each are flashing as well, as is Luke. So, Luke's the backup right now. Those guys are competing and pushing. They're all pushing one another. But we'll see. We'll certainly want to narrow things down as we get closer to game day here in a couple weeks. But those guys have all had really good moments and moments that they're young quarterbacks that you want to teach off of as well. But I'm excited about it. There's ability in that room, and they continue to get better.
We've only seen the spring game with those guys. And in that game, Cutter Woods played better than Aaron Nolan for what it's worth. But I feel like in a perfect world, you want Cutter Woods redshirting. In a perfect world. And in a perfect world, Aaron Nolan would, be in a position to be your backup. And you could let Luke Doty run around and cover kicks and punts and play wide receiver and whatever else you want Luke Doty to do as sort of, again, like a jack of all trades guy. So we'll see how it plays itself out. But that's really the perfect world scenario, right? Aaron Nolan becomes your number 2, Cutter Woods redshirts, and Luke Doty goes off and does Luke Doty stuff without having to be the backup quarterback. But I don't know if that's going to be your perfect world scenario. A lot of this depends on, look, let's be real, Aaron Nolan. How does Aaron Nolan play during camp? And look, it was just a spring game. You don't want to make too much out of anything. But Aaron Nolan struggled in the spring game. He just did. Cutter Woods had some really good throws in the spring game, had the longest completion of anybody. Ruined Elijah Campbell's play call that went for 29 yards. Luke Doty looked comfortable in the spring game. That's the most comfortable I've seen him at quarterback in my time in Columbia. But we'll see. A lot of this is the key of how Aaron Nolan plays during summer camp. This is what I think. And then we'll see how the backup deal works itself out. All right, 1 hour in the books. We'll pop back. All right, Alabama has named a starting quarterback. What does that mean? We'll get into that next here on the postgame show. Post-game show. Terry Ford, appreciate you hanging out with us as we roll up till 6. Jay's off today, helping one of his daughters move into school. Kale's here to run the show, and we'll do this up until 6. All right, we'll get to some Shane Beamer here in just a little bit. Shane talking about what went well over the weekend during the scrimmage. So we got that coming up here at about 4:15. But an interesting little story. Ty Simpson was named the starting quarterback at Alabama. And Ty Simpson has started as many games in college football as Kale and I. And if you look at the top 25 in college football, the top level of that poll, Georgia, new starting quarterback. Notre Dame, new starting quarterback. Ohio State, new starting quarterback. Oregon, new starting quarterback. Texas, new starting quarterback. Now Alabama, new starting quarterback. You're like, well, that's a lot of inexperience, man. You want to put your hopes on unproven dudes like that? Well, I mean, it's happened before. On 3 put together the list of first-year starting quarterbacks to go on to win national championships. First of all, here's the list. 2007, Matt Flynn. 2009, Greg McElroy. Matt Flynn, LSU. Greg McElroy, Bama. Cam Newton, 2010, Auburn. A.J. McCarron, 2011, Alabama. 2013, Jameis Winston, Florida State. 2014, J.T. Barrett, and then Barrett gets hurt. Cardell Jones steps in and quarterbacks Ohio State to a championship in the postseason. 2015, Jay Coker. 2018, Trevor Lawrence. 2020, Mac Jones. Couple things. A, we haven't seen a first-year starter, a true first-year starter for the most part, be a starting quarterback for a national championship team since Mac Jones. I feel like Mac Jones was a 23rd NFL team now. What does that tell us? Well, I feel like it tells you the transfer portal era has really put a damper on this. Well, why does it put a damper on this, Terry? Well, think about it. Let's go over these quarterbacks. Mac Jones was a first-round pick by the New England Patriots, but Mike, did you see the talent Mac Jones had around him? I mean, come on. Uncle Rico could have quarterbacked that team to a national championship. 2018, Trevor Lawrence, obviously first pick overall in the draft. Phenomenal college quarterback. Jake Coker, who? Huh? I mean, he's an okay college quarterback surrounded by a ton of talent. Just like, I mean, Mac Jones is better than Jake Coker, but still, both those guys surrounded by great rosters. Same thing with Ohio State with J.T. Barrett and Cardell Jones in 2014. NFL talent everywhere. A.J. McCarron at Bama 2011. He had two things going for him, a talented roster and a hot girlfriend. 2010, Cam Newton said, everybody jump on my back and I'll carry us to a national title. Greg McElroy at Alabama. No offense to Greg McElroy. Nice guy. Matter of fact, he was on with the Gamecock Central guys yesterday. Greg McElroy was in the NFL for a bit. But he's not looked at as a Trevor Lawrence or a Jameis Winston coming out of college. Or a Cam Newton. And then you had Matt Flynn. Might as well have been Matt Damon. My point is, a lot of these quarterbacks in their first year as starters, they were looked at, and I'm sure the head coach said this, dude, we have a lot of roster talent here. Don't screw it up. We're not asking you to go out there and wing it 30, 40 times. We're asking you don't do dumb stuff because our roster is better than everybody's roster. Don't do anything stupid. It's a different world now. I mean, Ohio State, this might be the last time we see this. Remember, that Ohio State team last year, very veteran-laden on both sides of the ball, ton of talent, a lot of 4 and 5 stars. There were some guys who stayed an extra year just to try to win a national championship and beat Michigan. Well, 1 out of 2 ain't bad. You're going to see that. That might be the last time we see this for a long time because it's a transfer portal era, rev share. You know, collectives are still going to be in play. This is built now so you can't keep players. Especially, you know, guys don't want to sit behind other dudes and not play. So my point is, maybe we haven't seen this in 5 years because, yeah, the game is look. College football is never going to be even or fair. The haves have, the have-nots have not, right? But I think the playing field is more level talent-wise because of the transfer portal and because of rev share and NIL and all these things. So it's tougher to put together a great roster, look at your quarterback and go, hey, jerky, don't screw it up. That was kind of like Will Howard last year a little bit at Ohio State. I mean, don't get me wrong, Will Howard played well in the playoffs. He did. But, again, he was a third-day draft pick. He isn't looked at as a wow talent. He was closer to, hey, bub, don't screw it up, than, hey, man, go win us a game. He was more closer to Jake Coker or Matt Flynn than he was Cam Newton. Let's just be honest. And now we haven't seen a first-year starting quarterback hoist the national championship trophy since Mac Jones. Does that mean that all of a sudden, well, we can count out Georgia and Notre Dame and Ohio State and Oregon and Texas, right? Well, not really. Because those rosters are so bleeping talented. I mean, especially Texas has got 4 and 5 stars everywhere. And Arch Manning is looked at as this, ready? He should be a better quarterback than Quinn Ewers. So Texas might be improving at the quarterback position, even though they're playing a guy that's got, 2 career starts? Oregon, Dante Moore started a handful of games at UCLA as a freshman, was in way over his head, and took off to Oregon to sit behind Dylan Gabriel. Now, Salem at Ohio State, Carr at Notre Dame, they haven't really started anything. They haven't played a lot. Gunnar Stockton got education by fire at the end of last year because of Carson Beck's injury at Georgia. And now you have Ty Simpson, who has sat around multiple years. He couldn't beat out Jalen Milroe. Even though Simpson was a 5-star, came from a small high school, has a lot of arm talent. We'll see where it goes. Is he going to be, wow, that guy just needed to wait his turn and grow and mature? Or is it this, yeah, that guy was just really good in high school, playing against lower competition? We'll find out. But it is interesting, a lot of these teams being picked to win the whole spiel are unproven at the most important position on the field. Again, Ohio State, Notre Dame. That's just a couple of them. Texas. Alabama. A lot of unproven guys at the quarterback position. Oregon. We'll see. But history says a first-year starter can win it all, but in that history, you had a lot more super teams. Same. Ty Simpson, he's got talent everywhere around him. He's got Ryan Williams and a bunch of weapons at the skill positions. Alabama's got a good offensive line. They bring back Ryan Grubb as an offensive coordinator. So I think that's a very sneaky move that we're not talking about enough. Grubb did really nice work as Kalen DeBoer's OC. And quarterbacks thrived under Grubb and his system. So Ty Simpson, again, a guy with talent. He's got a bunch of dudes around him. An OC who has coordinated some really good offenses. And really, Simpson's the biggest question mark on the Alabama football team. That roster is loaded. Blue chip index is 1,000. I mean, it's just ridiculous. So we'll see. But it is very interesting. It's been 5 years since this had happened. When it happened, what? In a 13-year span, 9 times? Just saying. Just saying. All right, Scott Hamilton's going to hang out with us at 4:15 from the state newspaper. Give us his thoughts about what's been going on, really what went on yesterday with the whole Blanchard announcement. South Carolina infusing some serious money into the athletic department from the folks at Blanchard, local, deep pockets. So we're going to get to Scott Hamilton coming up next. We'll get his thoughts from the state newspaper. All right, the golf tournament, our Summer Golf Classic, is happening at Charwood August 22nd. Still room for you. It's filling up, though. I saw the numbers today. It's filling up. So call and set up your foursome. Give them a ring over at Charwood. 803-755-2000. Then press 2 when you're asked to. Summer Golf Classic is sponsored by Kreger Showrooms, formerly the Nest and the Vista. Again, Fridays when we get it going, a week from this Friday at Charwood. Tea time, 9 a.m. Registration starts at 7:30. Onion sausage for breakfast. For me, really, it's a mimosa breakfast. I eat healthy. Onion sausages, mimosa bar from Saki's Wine and Spirits, Firehouse Subs for lunch, prizes, the golf gun is back. Again, call 803-755-2000, press 2 to sign up your team. It'll cost you $400 for the team. That is at Charwood, August 22nd. Our Summer Golf Classic, sponsored by Kreger Showrooms, formerly the Nest in the Vista. All right, Scott Hamilton's going to jump on here and yap with us about his thoughts on what's been going on with South Carolina athletics the last couple days. That's next. It is the post-game show. Kale's hanging out, making sure we don't go off the air. It's Terry Ford. Jay's off today. We go till 6 on the game. Eight zero 875-MENS. Men's Clinic of South Carolina. Dr. Dan and the staff specializing in a variety of things. One is low testosterone. Low T is the thing. Look, you're a guy. We can laugh about it. We joke about stuff. But really, as you get older, things just don't happen the way they did when you were younger. What happens for Terry Ford isn't the same as what happens for Kale, and I'm jealous of him, and I hate him. But it's just true. Whether you're not sleeping like you used to, you can't remember stuff, you have a lack of life drive, sex drive, personal drive, professional drive, you can't remember things, you're not as strong at the gym, it might be low T. You make that call, 803-875-MENS. If it is low testosterone after a consultation, some lab work, what will happen is the men's clinic, they will put you on a personalized program to help you get back to being you again. Make the call, 803-875-MENS, Men's Clinic of South Carolina. Get feeling like you again. All right, so a lot of stuff been going on at the University of South Carolina the last couple of days. Shane Beamer talked to the media today. We have the Blanchard partnership that happened yesterday. And right in the middle of it all, really the epicenter of South Carolina Gamecock athletics has to be Scott Hamilton from the state newspaper. Are you the only columnist left in the world?
I do not work for the state.
I keep saying that, Post and Courier. Why do I keep doing that with you?
Yeah, you're going to get me
You know what I
fired,
did? You know what I did?
You can't hire me.
You know what I did? I joked with you in the beginning when you got hired, and I can't stop saying it now. So this is my own fault for being a smart guy. You know that, right?
I guess. I only tell you like 5 times.
I know, and I
work
still,
for them.
like I'm telling you, I've done it. I did it as a joke, and now it's burned in my head. So this is what I get for
But it wouldn't
joking
be a
around
joke.
with you. This is what I get.
It wouldn't be a joke. That's a fine news organization.
Yes, it is. It is a fine news organization. And you're a fine columnist, and maybe you'll write for all of them before it's over with. At the same
Maybe I won't
time.
hang up in the middle of this interview and you'll get backslide.
Hey, so yesterday, I mean, you were front and center for the whole Blanchard partnership thing yesterday. First of all, and we've talked about it for 2 days, and I seriously appreciate you for jumping in noon to 3, hanging out with Tyler, and driving him
Now
crazy.
you're nice to me.
Well, you make him nervous. I'm highly entertained about how nervous you make him. He thinks
Does he really get that nervous?
He thinks you're just going to go crazy and just start dropping all sorts of profanity. He's going to try to hit the dump button, and we're going to get fined by the FCC. You scare him.
It's funny that his boss has made fewer or more mistakes during the last 3 minutes than I have in the last 2 days.
I know. Who's the idiot in charge of this place? Anyway, so when you're sitting over there yesterday and you heard a lot of things, and look, we've rehashed it. You talked for 2 days with Tyler about it. You know, it's just the way the world is today. Was there anything that when you walked away from the presser and as you had a chance to think about it, and you put a really good post up in the Post and Courier about it, is there anything that surprised you about the events of the last couple of days when it comes to this partnership?
Not really. I mean, Jeremiah Donati is doing what he was hired to do. He is. He's modernizing that athletic department, at least from a revenue standpoint, and everybody just has to embrace it. I mean, I was not surprised whatsoever. I mean, I kept asking him about the stadium naming, and it's going to be Williams-Brice, but I also, and I'm remiss because I did this, I kind of left the door open, though, for like field sponsorships and things of that nature. I mean, you know how it is, Terry.
Mm-hmm.
Everything can have three sponsors. You have title sponsor, you have presenting sponsor, you have all that. So that could still happen. I mean, it might be, Patches Boiled Peanuts Field at Williams-Brice Stadium someday.
Exactly.
That can happen.
Boy, that's got a ring to it.
I'd be cool with that.
Yeah, that's got a ring to it. But, you're right, Scott, and that's what we were talking about yesterday, Jay and I, is when Jeremiah Donati said that, the stadium is going to continue to be called Williams-Brice Stadium, you didn't hear him say there will be no other sponsorship names around Williams-Brice Stadium. Like I brought the example up Invesco Field at Mile High. Remember the old Mile High Stadium in Denver? Yep. Again, that's an iconic name for a stadium. It was Mile High. But they wanted to make the sponsorship dough, so they put Invesco Field at Mile High Stadium. Could something like that happen at Williams-Brice? Like you brought up boiled peanuts. Could that happen? Absolutely. But the name will not go away. But there's a lot of examples and angles to maximize your revenue without screwing with the name of something that matters, right?
Right. And, two things. One, the name of the stadium, the name of the field, they're not going to trip over that logo. I mean, games aren't going to be decided, championships determined because of the name of a venue. I mean, it could be called the worst name in the world, and it's not going to matter. It's like they talk about the patches on the uniforms. Those don't score touchdowns. Those don't make tackles.
No.
It does not matter. It does not matter. But if you're not trying to maximize your opportunities to bring in money, then you need to be fired. Honestly, I mean, and I wrote that, in my column at postandcourier.com. I said it's not a firing squad offense, but it's a fireable offense. I mean, your job is to bring in as much money as you can to keep the department relevant, to keep it competitive. And more now than ever, Terry, it's also, for a decade, 2 decades now, one of the big conversation has been the arms race in facilities. Who has an indoor practice facility? Who has the nicest locker room? Who has the best weight room? Well, that's shifted. Now it's all about the experience for the fan. It's all about the game day experience, fewer seats, more amenities. And they're having the $350 million renovation of Williams-Brice to make that happen, and this is going to help offset some of that because it's priority one now, getting fans to the game where they'll spend money. And if you're not out trying to find ways to improve that and to pay for it, then you need to be fired. And Jeremiah Donati, so far, doing a great job of finding revenue streams that were previously not even thought about.
Post and Courier columnist Scott Hamilton hanging out with us here on the post-game show on the game in Columbia, Florence, Myrtle Beach, and soon to be Charleston. You bring up an interesting...
How about that on Monday, right?
Monday, man.
You guys won.
Monday, Charleston. Well, your hometown, Charleston. Your backyard, bub. We're going to do the first show. We're going to do the first show from your backyard.
You know what? It's delightful. I have a couple of TVs that screen in. The bugs won't get you. I live on the marsh.
I hear you're a hell of a cook and you make omelets. So we'll stop by. You can feed us.
I can make anything.
Hey, you bring up an interesting point real quick about
really
the well, yeah, I know. Trust me, it shocked me too.
Me too.
Remember the facilities arm race was a thing, wasn't it? Remember these locker rooms had video game systems and all this other stuff and those big massage chairs you see at the mall, and I mean it was craziness. And now it's about we've got to spend money to build up these other things because here's the thing. Now a kid, he'll take a tour of your facilities and look around, but you better have the investment in paying them the money to play for you. Ready? What's more important, your NIL deal or a really cool chair in front of your locker, right?
Yeah, you can't take that chair home. That chair ain't going to take care of your mom, your dad, your brother, your sister, the neighbor. That chair ain't going to handle that. No, it's got about that money. And, that's why Texas Tech, we talked about it earlier with Tyler. That's why Texas Tech is making such a splash. Texas Tech's roster is 25. They're putting $25 million towards its roster this year. $12 million of that goes to portal guys. Okay, they had a grand total of $1 million last year to spend on NIL for the entire roster. Think about that. How they've just upped the ante now.
I mean, they're giving softball pitchers $7 million or whatever they're doing.
And how did that work out?
They played for the college softball championship. And look, Scott. This is the thing. Yes, having all that money doesn't guarantee you anything. See Texas A&M, but if you don't have all that money, you're not winning.
To fail.
Yeah.
You don't, it's like the old, saying, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take.
Right. Absolutely.
And you can't even get to the free throw line if you don't have the cash.
That's true. They won't even let you in the gym to shoot if you don't have the cash. Yeah, not at all. Our buddy Scott Hamilton from the Post and Courier, fine columnist hanging here on the post-game show on the game. All right, real quick before I let you go, a couple minutes, thoughts on Shane Beamer's presser today. Anything hit you as you were listening to the press conference?
I think they're going to start maybe second-guessing some Netflix things like access to family and stuff. I mean, yeah, it's all fun. Oh, the cookies. But what that shows me is, I think it's the reality of you're laying yourself out there not only as a football program but as a husband, a father, and I wonder how long that'll happen. I mean, I'm sure his wife's a wonderful woman. Shane's a good guy. Love Shane to death. But at the end of the day, priority number one is your family. She don't need to be getting hassled over her cookies.
I know.
There are bigger battles to fight, man.
That's the world we live in, and you're right. And look, Shane, like he said, we have nothing to hide as a program. We're very transparent, but I guarantee you, he's probably second-guessing, beating himself up over anything that let his, family get any criticism, right? Because like you said, when you open the door in a reality type situation, you never know what's going to get criticized, right? It might be you might not think of something, all of a sudden, something trips the trigger of a bunch of weirdos on social media who don't have a life or a job, and then you're sitting around going, wow, I didn't even think of that.
Well, and how much editorial control does South Carolina have over the content that's being used?
Right. That's another thing.
Yeah, I mean, so they're going to want more of that. They're going to say, well, but this is just not something you think about.
No.
You just don't think about that. Man, they're going to criticize her cookies.
Right.
You just don't think about it.
By the way, think about asinine that sentence is.
Yes. I mean, I'm sitting here updating Twitter every 5 minutes about, Rasul Faizan, and I'm wondering about Beamer cookies. Things I did not have that on my bingo card for 2025.
It's so crazy. But I think the other part is, here's the balance, right? Because Shane is trying to build the brand that is South Carolina football. He's trying to up the profile of South Carolina football. So he's open to doing all these things, right? He just is. But then you get to that point, what you brought up is the editorial, the ability to look over it with editorial license as a head football coach of the program. How much of that do you get compared to, hey, this is what they want from you for elevating your brand and lifting your profile? That's a very interesting question.
It's not even that, though. I mean, it's just thinking about everything. Everything, because on the surface, man, that looks good. Mrs. Beamer makes cookies and brings them to the facility.
Right. Oh, that's so sweet.
Story.
Right.
But to your point, there's some guy, some girl, some individual that doesn't have a life who's going to hate on it.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what happens. But it's like my job, your job, their jobs. When you put yourself out in a forward-facing position, you are inevitably going to be criticized, chastised, and drugged down by the lower dregs of humanity.
Yes, absolutely. Hey, man, we appreciate you helping out the last couple of days. Seriously, thanks, man.
Hey. When I inevitably get fired because you keep screwing up my place of employment, I'll send you a resume.
Scott Hamilton, columnist, New York Times, hanging out with us.
No. Bye.
See you, dude. Post and Courier, Scott Hamilton, hanging out with Tyler a couple yesterday and today for a couple hours. Pop back in to give us his thoughts on what's been going on here in the last, 48 hours for South Carolina. That's our buddy Scott Hamilton from the Post and Courier. All right, we'll swing back here. Here's some more Shane Beamer from today's presser as the South Carolina head football coach talks about special teams. They matter. We'll hear from the football coach next here on the postgame show. Cale, Terry, on the game. So far, just a lot of construction, long-term construction like usual on the roadways. We'll get you even more of an updated look at what's going on regarding closures and accidents and things of that nature around the Midlands as you start making your way home on a Tuesday afternoon. Weather-wise, still a chance of rain lingering, cloudy. The chance of rain has come down a bit since earlier in the day, but it feels like every day for the last 6 months it's rained. So still a chance of rain. Highs in the lower 80s, obviously dipping into the 70s as we move through the afternoon. Here on the postgame show, we'll come back. Here's some Shane Beamer talking special teams. That is next here on the game. Rolling the post-game show. Jay's off today. Be back on Wednesday. Moving one of his daughters into school. I got to do that Monday. My kid moves into college. Freshman year, freshman dorm. Yeah. It's funny because his mom, God love her, trying to get everything possible, right? So, like every parent whose kid is going to go away to school, pretty much every parent takes the kid shopping, right? And the kid doesn't care. I remember when I was 18, I didn't care. Like, man, as long as my dorm room had a place for me to sleep and had a bathroom for me to use somewhere on the floor, and I had a TV, I had to have a TV. That's all I cared about. Everything else was whatever. You know, would you like a beanbag chair? No, I don't care. These sheets, what color do you like? Just don't get me pink. Don't care. That's been a battle. Because, you know, again, my girlfriend, she's sitting there with him. We're in Target. You know, all he wants to do is scroll his phone. He doesn't want to deal with this mess, right? He wants to be out with his buds or his girlfriend. And so my girlfriend's sitting there going, so, do you like this green? Do you like the blue? And he's like, Mom, I don't care. I really don't care. Mom, pick whichever one you want. I don't care, Mom. And she started to get annoyed because she wants him to make decisions because she's going, we're doing this for you. At least you can do is pay attention. I mean, it was almost, I think she was almost ready to pick up a beanbag chair and hit him in the head. I'm telling you, she was, and I pulled him aside and I'm like, look, I know you don't care. Because when I was your age, I didn't care. But you see that woman who's turning red, who's about to pick up something and beat you to death? She cares. You need to pretend you care. Pick out stuff. But yeah, it was starting to get ugly there for a little bit. So anyway, Jay's doing that today. I got to do it on Monday. Moving your kid into school. All right, Shane Beamer talking to the media about a variety of things today. One of the things was special teams. Look, it's a thing, man. Let's start off with the kicking battle. Get cut 9 a second, Kale. And the question was, and this has been brought up to Shane, and we've talked about it here, you can replicate pressure all you want. You can. You can have everybody circle around these place kickers and yell and scream at them when they're trying to make field goals. You can do it during the spring game. You can do it during practice. Heck, you can, flick lit matches at them. I don't know. You can do everything you can to make it pressurized. But obviously nothing is going to mirror the pressure of kicking in a real game. Here's Shane talking about that, evaluating the kicking battle before playing real games. Cut 9, Kale.
No, it does. It's you do as much as you can. You try and make practice as loud and chaotic as you can. You can go in the stadium. You can go on the practice field. You try and put them in pressure situations. We had a deal today where it was a 2-minute drill at the end of practice, and we brought 2 kickers out to kick a game-winning field goal, and you just try and create as many different scenarios like that as possible, but still knowing, Lulu, whether it be the kicker or the receiver, it's just the defensive back that's playing in his first college game, or anyone. It's Lenoris. I mean, he's been in environments, but it's different when you go out there and you do it for real. But it's a challenge, and another reason that we should be able to have preseason games and exhibition games and all that against an opponent.
Oh, Shane got that in there. Do you hear that little zinger at the end about preseason games, which I agree with 100%. Again, college football is the only entity that doesn't have preseason games. Think about it. You have to play that super secret basketball scrimmage. Baseball has fall league. All these other sports play preseason exhibition games except college football. Why? Well, that's the way it's always been. Great. Or this, don't anybody get hurt? Because nobody gets hurt in summer practice. Nobody gets hurt when it's you hitting yourselves. It's a collision sport. People are going to get hurt. It sucks. You don't like it. You don't want to see it happen. But to play, ready, watch this one. Boy, Cale, this is going to be really good. Watch this piece of intellect I'm going to throw. To get better at football, you got to play football. I know. That's the sound of your mind exploding. And football's a collision sport. But to get better at it, you have to collide. It happens. So this idea, well, you don't want anybody to get hurt in a preseason game. You don't want anybody to get hurt, period. So it's okay to get hurt when you're practicing against yourself. That one's okay. Well, he got hurt practicing against his teammates. That's all right. No, it stinks. You need preseason games. I agree with Shane 1,000,000,000%. But back to the kicking. If Mason Love ends up being the place kicker and the punter, is that ideal? No, but if he's the best place kicker and the best punter, guess what? He's both. It's that simple. Still a long way to go in the competition, but if that's where this ends up, that's where it ends up. It's just the best man. And here's Cut 10 with Shane kind of looking at the big picture of where special teams are right now with all of this newness. New long snapper, new holder, new place kicker, new punter. Heck, new gunners on special teams, new return guys. You got new everywhere on special teams for Joe DeCamillis. Here is, again, Cut 10, Shane talking about where special teams are right now.
I think we're moving along. I thought, like I said, we've punted the ball well, consistently. I feel like we have kicked well for the most part. Always could be a little bit more consistent. So pleased there. Return game, we've spent a lot on. We don't really do a lot of live, really none. Cover a kick and tackle. It's all, tag off or thud up. But I feel like we've made improvement in the return game, and we got some guys that can certainly run, that have size and speed and can cover kicks as well. So I'm pleased. This will be a big week for us this week as well, but they're really, really working hard. And it's awesome, though. You talk about culture and guys being able to see other guys do things. I mean, seniors, Brian Thomas, DQ Smith. I mean, those are 2 guys that are really doing a great job and working really, really hard on special teams. So it's a great moment when you're able to show those guys on tape doing that to younger guys as well, because a lot of these freshmen, when they come in, they didn't come to South Carolina to be the left tackle on the punt team. I mean, I'm going to go play linebacker and I'm going to go play the running back and all that. So making them understand, because a lot of them probably didn't play special teams in high school, and making sure they understand the importance of it and really emphasizing to them. We've got 114 players on our roster right now, and we're only allowed to take 74 to SEC away games. So making sure those guys understand that those are hard decisions every week, who the 74 that we take are. And a lot of the times it's going to come down to special teams.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the reality of where you're at. You got a lot of newness, and you hear Shane, it's all coming along, but it's really not. And you won't know until you do it, until you go for real. You just won't. And especially like long snapper and holder are positions that if we don't talk about you, it means you're doing your job. So hopefully we don't talk about the long snapper or the holder at all this year. And hopefully we're just talking about the place kicker making kicks and the punter flipping the field and things of that nature. And special teams will be, if nothing else, special teams will just be solid and not cost you games. In a perfect world, do they win you games? Yeah, but at least to be solid to where they don't cost you games. That's at least where you want to be. All right, post-game show. Terry Ford, Cale Wilson, we're hanging out here till 6. Jay will be back tomorrow. Do not forget about our Summer Golf Classic is back. It's sponsored by Kreger Showrooms, formerly the Nest in the Vista. Friday, August 22nd. We still got some spots available. Call 803-755-2000. Press 2 to sign up. Tea time, 9 a.m. Registration, 7:30. Onion sausage for breakfast. Mimosa bar from Saki's Wine and Spirits. Firehouse subs for lunch. We got prizes. And my favorite thing, the golf gun is back. $400 a team. Again, 803-755-2000. Press 2 to sign up. Call over to Charwood. We will jump back. Jerry Jones just keeps being Jerry Jones. He talked again yesterday. We'll riff into it next on the post-game show here on The Game. All right, CHW Cabinetry. We talk about it here on the show. If you're looking to, get new cabinets, or maybe you're putting together a home and you need cabinets built from scratch, whatever the case, call this number, 803-520-6837. Star and the folks over at CHW Cabinetry, you'll go in, you'll sit down, you'll tell them what you're looking for. They will do what it's really cool, photorealistic renderings. It'll show you exactly what that new space is going to look like for you, what those cabinets will look like. The job site guarantees everyone's on the same page. They do everything but build them in front of you. They even make Jen Jensen happy. I know no one does, but yes, CHW Cabinetry, they did. Call them, 803-520-6837. Just sit down with them. Have a conversation. Have a consultation. Find out all the good things they can do for you and all of the different varieties of cabinetry they can set up for you. CHW Cabinetry, make that call. All right, so a little NFL. I'm watching TV today, and look, I know that ESPN has become the official network for the Dallas Cowboys. I get it. I understand why. Every time you talk about Dallas on a national platform or Jerry Jones, because they're America's most polarizing team, people want to listen because they love the Cowboys or they hate the Cowboys. And I know that their research and ratings and analytics all tell them that when you talk about the Cowboys, people watch. It's the way it is. So Jerry Jones yesterday was talking again and basically said what we know, that Jerry always wants to stir things up. Jerry lives to stir things up. He even said, he's like, look, you know, I'm here to stir the pot. And you want to say, yeah, Jerry, that's worked really well for you since the mid-'90s. Really has. Look at all those Super Bowls you won since you took control of the franchise. Oh, that's right, you haven't. But that's just Jerry. I mean, he cares more about his team being on the front page of the internet, the newspaper, sports network, sports talk shows. Jerry cares more about that than he does winning. He can deny it, but, I mean, the proof is the proof, right? The proof is watching this dude on a daily basis. He likes to stir the pot. He wants to keep the Cowboys relevant. In his mind, being relevant means they're talking about you. No, being relevant for you, Jerry, should be winning Super Bowls. But that's not what Jerry sees. Problem is, Jerry's the owner and the GM and really the head coach and the head scout. And, you know, I mean, Jerry's everything. So it's tough for the owner to fire the GM, even though Cowboy fans wish the owner would, but it's the same guy. And, you know, Jerry doesn't fire the head coaches because Jerry basically is the head coach himself, and the guy that's sitting in the head coach's office is just a puppet anyway. I mean, Jerry just admitted it in the last 24 hours. Yeah, man, I just like to stir it up, babe. You know, if we're not stirring it up, we're not doing our job. No, Jerry, that's really not the job. The job is to get out of the way, hire really good people who know what they're doing, support them, and let them go be successful for you. You had that and you couldn't stand it, and you ran it off. And since then, the only reason you are relevant is because you're the Cowboys. That's all. I mean, let's be real. The Carolina Panthers have been to more Super Bowls than you in the last 30 years. The only reason you're relevant is because you can't shut your face. That's all. It just, I pity Cowboy fans because you have no hope. You just don't. You don't. So, again, basically Jerry Jones admitting what we've all known, well, most sane people have known yesterday, that, hey, man, I'm here to keep us in the eye of the controversy, baby. That's what I'm here for. We need people talking about us. And it worked because we just talked about them for the last couple minutes. Nice job, Jerry. Way to go. You're successful. You're relevant. Nice work. Nice work. All right. 5 o'clock news is coming up from Integrated Media. We got that popping here in just a few minutes. Also, we'll get our Gamecock notebook and a drive around the SEC. A busy 5 o'clock hour. And we'll start our 5 o'clock news off. Shane Beaver speaking to the media today. We'll get another couple of quotes from the South Carolina head football coach next here on the post-game show. Kale, Terry, till 6 on the game. All right, traffic right now. Accident, right lane is blocked. I-26 eastbound Old Sandy Run Road, exit 125. Also an accident, Bull Street near Jefferson Street. Clemson Road at Sparkleberry Lane, also an accident. And Clemson Road at Summit Parkway. So I might want to stay away from Clemson Road. I-20 eastbound, Wilson Boulevard, exit 71, also an accident. And Long Pond Road at I-20, another accident. All right, 5 o'clock news sponsored by our Buds Integrated Media. We start off with Shane Beamer speaking to the media today. Shane, talking about a variety of things, obviously, in his first discussion with the media in a couple of weeks. Let's start off with cut 8, Cale. Shane was asked about the first scrimmage of summer camp over the weekend. Here's what Shane said, the most impressive things that he took from that first scrimmage.
Offense didn't turn the ball over. That was good. I look back at my notes from last year. They didn't turn the ball over in that scrimmage last year either. Now, y'all have heard me talk about we did in the season some, but that was good to have. I mean, we got, I think, 117 plays in the other night, and the year before that scrimmage was 108, I believe. So we got more plays, and there were no turnovers. Now, there were some plays, some throws where receivers got their hands on the throw and probably should have been an interception, but they weren't able to finish the catch. So that's good. I think when you can go in there and have 117 plays and not turn the ball over, that's a start, because we know how important turnover margin is in college football. And then just seeing young guys make plays. I thought we punted the ball well in there. We did some good things from a special teams standpoint, and then seeing young guys being in the stadium for the first time and handling that environment.
I mean, so there are some positives. Again, you don't want to make too much out of a scrimmage. You don't. We've heard that, the offense holding its own against the defense in the scrimmage. Does that mean the defense stinks? No, it just means, you're putting together a defense with a lot of new guys. And on offense, your quarterback's pretty good. So you don't want to make too much out of anything, but the first scrimmage, you got plays off, a lot of plays, 117, no turnovers, things of that nature. And you heard the punting was good. Now, you didn't hear the place kicking was good. You heard the punting was good. All right, also, Shane talked about how difficult it is to balance chemistry with position groups and also guys fighting for playing time as well. Let's grab cut 7, Cale.
Yeah, awesome question. And something we've talked about in one of our very first staff meetings before we started camp, probably the day before the players reported. That was one thing that we talked about, John, as coaches, that we as coaches, starting with me, have to do a great job this year of managing those personalities in those rooms. Like, everybody wants the ball. And we got really, and I say that, and I told the coaches, like, we have more depth in my opinion, we have more depth at running back and receiver than we've ever had here since I've been the head coach. There's a lot of guys. We don't just point to one and say, here's, Xavier Legette and he's your guy or whatnot. There's a lot of guys that want the ball, which is great. Same thing at the tight end position, and there's only one ball to go around, but understanding that a lot of things. One, it's not all about stats. It's about winning football games. That's the most important stat to me. That supporting one another. We talk about celebrating others' success, because if you celebrate others' success, you get to celebrate more as well. So you see that out there as well, but we've got to do a great job throughout the season of that. Like, not every, I'm just using an example. Mazio Bennett's not going to catch 10 balls every single week. There may be a game where he catches 10. There may be a game where he catches 0. But how he can affect the game in other ways. We've got to do it. We've really spent a lot of time just talking about that, but it just all starts in the off season, just the building up the team and the camaraderie and supporting one another and knowing that ultimately it's always about the team and doing what's best to win the football game each and every week.
Well, the one thing I think we've all learned, we've talked about depth a ton in football, in sports in general. Deeper team, you like to have a deeper team. Just in case you have injuries or, you might need that depth if guys are scuffling, whatever the case. But in today's world especially, because, you look at the transfer portal, that's not an end-all, be-all. Developing your guys you bring in from high school that you recruit, that's not an end-all, be-all. Every year is fluid. You might have high schoolers who are developed and not a lot of portal guys. And it might flip where you have more portal guys because you have high school guys that aren't developing, whatever the case. But you need depth. I think South Carolina, looking at it right now with a long way to go, a lot of depth in the wide receiver room, depth on the offensive line. Now, that depth has got to turn into a proven, solid, consistent offensive line. There's a ton of depth there, though. You got guys in the portal who are very experienced from other places, just not on the SEC level. You've got youngins who are 4 stars. You got a 5-star left tackle. It's time for all of them to take the next step. So you've got depth in that room. It's just got to mesh into a really good offensive line unit. I think that, you have depth in the defensive backfield. Vakari Swain's looked really good from what the sources are telling Gamecock Central. So you got depth in the defensive backfield. You got pieces, Brandon Cisse, you've got Jalen Kilgore. Now Swain's playing really well. Peyton Williams, how's it going to play itself out? If Vakari Swain keeps balling, so to speak, does he force himself into the lineup, and then Cisse might go to nickel, and then Kilgore will go to safety because Swain won a corner spot. And now Peyton Williams is the odd man out. Who knows? But there's depth in the defensive backfield. Depth is the thing. And we saw that last year. Depth really helped South Carolina, especially on defense. That defensive front just kept rotating guys who were mashing people. So there's Shane talking about that. All right, to the NFL real quick. Green Bay quarterback Jordan Love underwent surgery today to repair a ligament injury to his left thumb. Love is expected to be ready for the season opener. Love had his thumb taped during Monday's practice, tried to play through it, then decided just to have this procedure. Packers GM Brian Gutekunst said today that Love could return to practice as early as next week, adding the procedure was the best option for him to get healed up the fastest. Love suffered the injury in a preseason game against the New York Jets. All right, college football, more quarterback stuff. The internet and social media have exploded about John Mateer, Oklahoma quarterback. If you haven't heard about this, there were screenshots that popped up late Monday night about Mateer, quote-unquote, Mateer's Venmo account referencing sports gambling. Now, if you've ever done Venmo, you put down the reason for paying, right? I mean, look, if I give somebody some Venmo dough, I always put something stupid on there. I really do. I have fun with it. I joke about it. I'll send somebody some money and I'll say, that's for that good stuff out of the trunk of your car, or just something dumb. Just having some fun with the person I'm sending the money to. Now, John Mateer says that's kind of what he was doing. He said he was just, rolling out some inside jokes with his buds. But when he was giving money on Venmo, and his reason for the money was, quote unquote, sports gambling. Now, of course, that made everything go insane, right, with John Mateer. So Mateer posted on X today, quote, the allegations that I once participated in sports gambling are false. My previous Venmo descriptions do not accurately portray the transactions in question, but instead were inside jokes with me and my friends. I have never bet on sports. I understand the seriousness of the matter, but recognize that taken out of context, those Venmo descriptions suggest otherwise. I can assure my teammates, coaches, and officials at the NCAA I have not engaged in any sports gambling. Now, these transactions came up in the memos going back to November 20th of 2022 when he was a freshman at Washington State. Both transactions were alleged to be made to a Venmo account for a guy who believed was a teammate at Washington State of Mateer's. Now, again, I'm sure there's a paper trail and everything. They can go back here and probably try to see if they can trace a paper trail to Mateer and gambling or whatever. But one thing, let's just say it's a joke for fun. That's just the one thing. Look, if you're Terry Ford, you make that dumb joke with your buddy, nobody cares. But if you're John Mateer, freshman quarterback at Washington State, even though you might not be playing, you still don't want to do it. You still don't want to do it. You can't. In this world, you can't. Because first of all, there are people who look through everything. Remember there for a while we got those things of like athletes going back to their social media when they were like 15, 16 years old, pulling inappropriate things they said or whatever. People are always looking to find anything on you if you're in the public eye. It's just the truth. You can't, if John Mateer was just joking, well, you learned a hard lesson, my man. You can't do it. Can't joke like that. I mean, if you want to joke on a text with your buddy, okay. Not on Venmo, because you know what Venmo is? It's this thing called public. I see all these people's Venmos that have any link to me in any way, shape, or form. And I see, and it says what their reason for giving money. You can't do it. Now, if you did gamble, trust me, they'll find out, and then it's a whole other kettle of crap that Oklahoma and John Mateer would have to deal with. But if you're just kidding, you learned a hard lesson, you can't joke like that. You just can't. Not if you're John Mateer. Again, if you're Terry Ford, sure you can, because nobody cares. Well, so John Mateer says it was all just an inside joke. That's all it was. That's it. All right, real quick, I want to get this. Go to yesterday's cut list, or today, earlier from today, on the 12th of August, I think it is. Okay, Josh Pate on his podcast had a very interesting commentary about an unnamed Power 4 quarterback. It should be cut 7, Cale.
We are aware of one Power 4 quarterback race right now where there is legit competition, and one of the staff's biggest complaints about one of those quarterbacks who legitimately could win a starting Power 4 job is we can't even keep him off his phone. And they're not talking about in the dorm at night. That's fine. Do that. Stay out of trouble. They're talking about in the building, in meetings, in installs and whatnot. Like legit addiction. So yeah, I mean, I know if you're roofing down in Lafayette, Louisiana, you're 47 years old listening to the replay on a Monday, that is the dumbest thing you've ever heard in your life. But you're not 19 years old. So I don't know what else to tell you. Just if you can do nothing more than achieve the simple baseline of putting your phone down and paying attention, you've given yourself a leg up in quarterback competitions these days.
All right, so that's interesting, right? It is. Because, once again, people can't stay off their phones. They can't. And it's not just those kids today. I see grown-ups at restaurants, couples, sitting at a table, and all they're doing is both scrolling on their phone. They're not even, they're like they're by themselves. They're not even talking to each other, right? So everyone does this. I even catch myself every now and then. I'll sit there and I'll start going down some rabbit hole or something. And I'll be scrolling my phone. I'm like, what am I doing? I got like 500 things to do. I got to stop this nonsense. But people do it. So if grown-ups are doing it, then take this younger generation, like my youngest is 18, my daughter's 21. They're all over it because they've grown up with them. It's like a third hand, right? It's just natural. But here's the thing that kills me. Bro, you're in competition to be a starting quarterback. Put the phone down. Could you see the coach calls you in? Hey, Cale, you just, we're giving the starting quarterback gig to David Dare. Why? You can't stay off your phone. Could you see walk out of a coach's office being told you lost a quarterback battle because you can't stop scrolling Instagram or TikTok? I mean, really? That's just crazy. All right, Braves tonight. Atlanta's been playing better lately. They've won 3 in a row, and they face the team with the longest losing streak in baseball, the New York Mets, who have lost 7 straight. I believe that is in New York. Let me double check. Yes, that will be in New York. Spencer Strider takes the ball for the Braves. For New York, Clay Holmes will go. Again, that is tonight as the Braves going to New York to face the Mets. Gamecock Notebook, we will get back to some Shane Beamer comments and also re-rack a comment or two from yesterday's press conference about the Blanchard partnership with South Carolina. That's coming up next here on the post-game show. Kale and Terry hang until 6 on the game. All right, so we're kicking the Gamecock Notebook, like we always do at 5:15 on the post-game show. Terry Ford, Kales here, just producing our little shindig up until 6 o'clock here on the Game. Jay will be back tomorrow. All right, Shane Beamer talking to the media today. We're going to get cut 11 here, Kale. South Carolina, number 13 in the AP and the coaches poll. Haven't been ranked this high in a while. And here's Shane talking about handling the expectation of being a team that in preseason is looked at as hanging around the cut line of the college football playoff.
Yeah, I mean, I'd rather be ranked high and have those expectations than not. I mean, as a coach, when you're not ranked high like we were last year, it's great because you can use that as fuel and motivation. But we want to be a team that's consistently ranked high in the top 10, top 15 going into every single season because it means we did some good stuff the year before and we're expected to do stuff again. And the best teams in the country year in, year out, they're in those preseason rankings every year. But those teams and what we're continuing to convey to our guys, and we've been talking about it since the beginning, is all that matters is just what we do from this point forward. If you had a good season the year before and your quarterback returns, you're probably going to be ranked pretty high, and that's what we are. Now, do I think we're a good team? Heck yeah. And we also have a lot of work to do, but as you saw last year, there's a lot of teams that, or every year, there's teams that are ranked in that preseason top 10, top 15 that won't be at the end of the season, and there's a lot of teams that aren't right now that will be at the end of the season as well. So just making sure that our guys understand every year is different, and we didn't really listen to it when everybody was telling us how terrible we were, maybe a little bit, but we don't need to be listening to it now when everybody's telling us how great we are, because you say, all right, we're ranked 13th, and we are, but I also know there's some prominent media members that put out their own little polls that we're not in their top 25. So we still got a lot to prove, and I know our players understand that and feel that too.
I mean, there's a couple of members of the media. I think Reese Davis didn't put South Carolina in his top 25. Brett McMurphy didn't. We heard about that already. And obviously some guys have South Carolina very highly ranked. So if South Carolina's thoughts on the Gamecocks are all over the place, some people look at Lenore Sellers and Dylan Stewart and say, wow, South Carolina's got two high-level dudes at two of the most important positions on the field. And some people say, yeah, they have that, but they have some question marks on defense that they have to answer. But, you want expectations, man. I have said this before, but I have gotten to the point now, because we shock the world. I'm so OD'd on we shock the world. I'm so tired of nobody respects us. I'm so tired of nobody expects us to be this good. I'm so... I think I finally jumped the shark on it when that Georgia team that just skull kicked everybody and won a national championship. I forgot what player said. Yeah, nobody expected us to be any good. You're preseason number 1, dude. I'm so tired of I respect programs and franchises and coaches and players to say, no, we're really good. Come beat us. You can't. You know how good you got to play to beat us? Bring it on, dude. Let's see what you got. I respect that. That's why I like Shane saying we want to be highly ranked every year. We want the expectation of you've got to be excellent because we expect you to be excellent. I like coaches and players who embrace that. I'm just so, oh man, nobody believed in us. Oh God. Nobody believed. That's like Patrick Mahomes. Nobody believed in us. Okay. Been to 3 straight Super Bowls. So, anyway, I like the fact Shane wants that bullseye. All right, Gamecock Central. We'll get back to Shane in a minute. Gamecock Central put up some interesting thoughts post first scrimmage. 3 players who really helped themselves. Vakari Swain was one, the corner. We were talking about that earlier in the show. A lot of people thought Vakari Swain has looked really good, not just in the scrimmage, but in camp in general, and he's pushing for playing time. Matthew Fuller, sophomore running back. Looks really good. Right now, you've got Fuller, you've got Howell, you've got Augustov to go with Oscar Attaway. You got a bunch of guys fighting for playing time. Right now, Attaway's first string. We don't know what's going to happen with Rashul Faison. But right now, with no Faison in the picture, it looks like Attaway will be the starter. Jawarn Howell, Matthew Fuller and Isaiah Augusta will all fight for that 1A or number 2 guy or whatever you want to say. But according to folks who at the scrimmage, Matthew Fuller really helped himself. Jaden Sellers, the wide receiver we don't talk about, even though his last name's the same as the starting quarterback. Sellers has looked good at the scrimmage and has had some good moments in practice as well. And, yeah, one of the quotes, you can tell that Jaden and Lenoris spent a lot of time running routes with each other in the backyard. Jaden just knows where to be for Lenoris. He's still coming along with his development, but he'll have an opportunity to see some meaningful snaps possibly as a freshman. So it's going well for those three. And look, that wide receiver room is deep with talented guys, no doubt. No doubt. And they're all pressing for playing time. Let's get back to Shane real quick, Cale. One of the wide receivers that we have not talked about yet on the show, Nick Harbor. Nick Harbor skipped track this year, has just concentrated on football. Let's get cut 12, Shane, talking about Nick Harbor.
Yeah, he's. I'm glad Mazio said that. I'm really proud of Nick. He shared a lot of that with some of the players the other night, and it's pretty powerful listening to him. But he did. I mean, people think, Nick Harbor just gave up track to run football. Like, that's an easy decision to make. That's not an easy decision to make when you talk about a guy that had the real opportunity to potentially run in the Olympics last summer. And less than a year later, he decides to give up track. He's not just your everyday, I'm going to go run on the track team and have a good college career. Like, he could have run in the Olympics. And to give that up to solely focus on football, that's hard to give up one of those loves. And what I've seen is him give up that love and then pour all that energy and emotion and just pour it into football. And that's what he's done with his work ethic, just on and off the field. He's improved so much. He works so hard, and he's got a great mindset about the way that he goes about his business. He's having fun out there. You can see it, just plays he makes, special teams. He's another one. You want to watch him cover kicks as well. So he's a big guy that can run, as you guys know, and he's worked really, really hard, and proud of him because that's not an easy decision to make.
Yeah, I mean, look, Nick Harbor decided this year, put track to the side. Doesn't mean he's going to give up track. Putting track on the side to play football in a non-Olympic year. And he's going to go for it, see how much better he can get playing the wide receiver position, learning the nuances and the art of the game at the wide receiver position. Remember, in high school, edge pass rusher / tight end, not a wide receiver. Learning the position from scratch pretty much. You saw him getting better at the end of last year. A lot of folks have said he's even improved more in the offseason since he's just concentrating on ball. We'll see. The opportunities are there. If Nick Harbor can transform that physical ability into production, he could be scary. If he is thinking less and just reacting, which means he's playing faster, last time I checked, he has world-class speed. If he's taking the top off of defense, if he's rolling coverages his way, if he's pulling double teams, not only is he doing that because of what he's accomplishing, but he's also now opening up the field for others. So we'll see where it goes. But a lot of good stuff coming from the talk on Nick Harbor. All right, drive around the SEC. Jimbo Fisher wants to coach again. Saturday down south threw out some possible stops for Jimbo. We'll get into that next. Also, don't forget our Summer Golf Classic, sponsored by Kreger Showrooms, formerly the Nest and the Vista. A week from this Friday, call 803-755-2000 to register. Press 2 when you call. $400 a team. A lot of cool stuff going on. Onion sausage for breakfast, mimosa bar from Saki's Wine and Spirits, Firehouse subs for lunch. We got prizes and the golf gun. Again, 803-755-2000. Hang out at Charwood with us on August 22nd. Halftime show, I did it again. Post-game show, drive around the SEC is next on the game. All right, checking around the Midlands, Corley Mill Road, we have an accident between US 378 and South Carolina 6, Sunset Boulevard, North Lake Drive. Also, Decker Boulevard at Faraway Drive and Crossfield Road. Another accident, Highway 302 near Crystal Springs Drive, Long Pond Road near I-20. Also, an accident, US 176 Broad River Road near Kinnerly Road and Kinley Road. And then road construction, Atomic Road, both northbound and southbound. Bonnie Blink Road between Belfield Road and Ridgetop Lane. The bridge is blocked there. And also long-term construction, I-26 between Hugie and I-26. And I-26 between Bush River Road and Old Sandy Run Road as well. All right, I drive around the SEC. A couple of interesting things I saw on Saturday down south. First of all, Jimbo Fisher here recently said he wants to get back into coaching. Now, Jimbo doesn't have to. He's got like a lot of money sitting in the bank. After getting canned at A&M, he's got a lot of go-away money, this Jimbo. He doesn't have to work again in his life, but he wants to get back into head coaching. Look, Jimbo won a national championship at Florida State. Let's give Jimbo credit. You know, again, Bobby Bowden handed him a phenomenal culture, right? But, you know, Florida State had been kind of tailing off a bit at the end of the Bowden era. So give Jimbo credit. He popped some more energy back in the program with that foundation that was laid by Bobby Bowden, re-energized everything, went out recruiting, got Jameis Winston and a lot of other talent, went out and won a national championship. But Jimbo didn't build the program. He just re-energized it, and there's a difference. But we have to give him his props for what he did. It's like we stopped giving him credit. I'll raise my hand being guilty of it myself, giving him enough credit what he did at Florida State, because he does deserve credit. But then at Texas A&M, they said, okay, build us a championship program. That he was a miserable failure at. Had one good season during COVID, got close to a college football playoff. Here's the what if about Jimbo. What if A&M lands in the college football playoff, but then continues to underachieve after that? Is Jimbo still the coach? I mean, he did make the college football playoff. Would he be on a hot seat this year? We always forget that kind of stuff. He was really close that year. What if he makes it? Just saying. So anyway, Jimbo Fisher, sitting there with all that money in the bank, deciding he wants to coach again. Saturday Down South, one of the posts about 3 possible jobs. One, interesting, Michigan State. Jonathan Smith has been in East Lansing 1 year. Jonathan Smith did a heck of a job at Oregon State. I mean, after 1 year, we're looking to replace the dude already. He went 5-7 in year 1, but look, he was handed a mess. The end of the Mel Tucker era, you give Jonathan Smith a little bit more time, is the way I feel. But let's say it doesn't work out in Michigan State. Could that be a possible landing spot? Yeah. Well, I mean, again, Jimbo has never shown us he can build a program from scratch. But look, have they won before at Michigan State? Yes, they have. They have been successful in football. Is it expectation like Texas A&M? No. Is that less of a pressure cooker than College Station? Of course it is. But still, Jimbo hasn't shown any evidence that he can build from scratch. And if Jonathan Smith can, let's say you got some more 5-7s or you throw in a 4-8, whatever, you're really kind of taking that thing and you're rebuilding. Number 3 was interesting. I'll get to number 2 in a minute. Oklahoma State. Again, Mike Gundy has done a hell of a job in Stillwater. No, he's never been to a college football playoff. No, he's never played for a national championship. He has had opportunities to win really big, and in the biggest moments, his teams have gone. But his record is really good in Stillwater. And up until last year when they were terrible, Mike Gundy consistently went to bowl games and consistently had winning records and has been to a couple of New Year's bowl games. And you could say, well, you look at his record and you think of more of what could have been than what has been. Okay, that's fair. Mike Gundy's a good football coach. I get the mullet. I'm a man. I'm 40. Goofy T-shirts, saying things he probably shouldn't say, saying drunk driving isn't that big of a deal, or whatever he said that time. But Gundy's a good football coach. But this one is interesting because it doesn't need a rebuild, because I think Mike Gundy and Oklahoma State will bounce back and be better than they were last year. It doesn't need a rebuild. It just needs to possibly be re-energized, like Florida State. So that might be a solid spot for Jimbo to go to. The third one, stop. Alabama, really? Seriously? Stop. No. No. If Kalen DeBoer, if it doesn't work out for Kalen DeBoer and Jimbo Fisher's still available, I just don't think there is any way possible that Greg Byrne, the AD at Bama, would hire Jimbo. And let's be real here. For Jimbo to truly be successful, he's got to learn from his screw-ups at A&M. Just because you're going to recruit a bunch of five-star guys doesn't mean you can put a great team together, because it's about chemistry and culture. Jimbo just said, I'm going to get the best players, throw them on the field, it's all going to work out. No. And you got to get into the 2025 era of offense. Remember how funny it was? Jimbo was over there standing. Look like he had War and Peace in his hand on the sideline calling plays. So Jimbo has to look at what Jimbo did wrong at Texas A&M if in his next stop he wants to be successful. But two, I think there's certain spots Jimbo would work. But again, Fisher never has shown you he can go be a program builder from scratch. So he needs, like Oklahoma State might be an interesting stop out of these three for that reason. All right, also the SEC in the top 25. We really didn't get into this much yesterday because we were so busy. If you look at the SEC in the preseason AP top 25 poll, you had Texas at 1. They're number 1 in the coaches poll and the AP poll. A lot of folks are believing in Arch Manning. We'll see. Georgia was the next SEC team at number 5. Again, unproven quarterback in Gunnar Stockton. We'll see. Again, a lot of talent in Athens. We'll see. You move down the list. Number 8, Alabama. Ready? Say it with me. Unproven quarterback, talented roster. We'll see. LSU at number 9 with Brian Kelly. I don't think if Brian Kelly misses the college football playoff, he would get fired. It would depend on how the season played itself out. But Brian Kelly's got to get there. He flat out does. And do damage, by the way. It's not just, hey, Brian Kelly, get to the college football playoff and we're happy. No, hey, Brian Kelly, we've had 3 national championships here at LSU in the last, 30 years with 3 different coaches. You got to do better than just get to the college football playoff. You move down, then South Carolina is next at 13. We've talked about it. Right on the cusp in the preseason of sniffing around the college football playoff. Does the defense have to mesh? Yes. Does the offensive line have to mesh? Yes. But there's talent. Florida at number 15. What's going on with the quarterback, DJ Lagway? Offensive line's really good. There's a lot of high thought of dudes on both sides of the ball at Florida. And look, let's face it, Sunbelt Billy. Can he coach to a high level in the SEC? We don't know. Oklahoma 18, Texas A&M 19. I guess Oklahoma being ranked in the lower part of the top 25 is fine. A lot of people have bought into the offseason. John Matera, quarterback, if he doesn't put any more posts on Venmo about gambling. John Matera is an upgraded quarterback. Oklahoma has, improved in the offseason. They hope at wide receiver, offensive line. The defense was really good under Venables. They still have dudes on the defensive side of the ball. A lot of people have bought into Oklahoma's offseason. We'll see. If Brett Venables has one more 6-7, 7-6, he's the ex-head coach at Oklahoma. A&M's at 19. I think Mike Elko did a good job. Remember, A&M was in first place in the SEC when they showed up at Williams-Brice and got the snot kicked out of them by South Carolina. And then they went in the toilet. I think Mike Elko's a good coach. I think that was the right hire for A&M. I think A&M will finish the year ranked. Are they going to be 8-win A&M like always? I don't know. But they got some players. We'll see. Then Ole Miss is at 21. I thought Ole Miss would be a little higher. But again, you lose Jackson Dart. Simmons, the new quarterback, is unproven. You didn't wow everybody in the portal like the year before, even though you did go out and get talent. And I'm telling you, Lane likes this. No one's talking about Ole Miss. He likes to sneak it up on people. And then Tennessee's at 24. And really, they're at 24 because on offense, they lost a lot. We'll see what happens with them. All right, that's a drive around the SEC, sponsored by our buddies at Herndon Chevrolet. Jump back in here. Get another Shane cut or two on our way out of the postgame show. Terry Ford, Cale Wilson, till 6 on the game. All right, wrapping this baby up. Going back to some Shane Beamer from earlier today, heard here on the Game in Columbia. Shane, they talked about a bunch of stuff, and we discussed the offense earlier in the show that it held its own in the first scrimmage. Defensively, you have a lot of new pieces and a lot of new parts, and here's Shane talking about the defense in the scrimmage. That would be cut 14, Cal.
Defensively, I thought they did a good job of responding. Offense in the scrimmage the other night got off to a good start in their first 4 drives. 2 of them I thought were really productive drives. And I don't want to say defense was on their heels, but they didn't get off probably to as good a start those first 4 drives. But then it was cool to see them respond. We had a goal line period where the defense really responded and flipped a switch and then played well the rest of the night as well. So it was good to see those guys respond. And we played a lot of our young guys, a lot of the guys that competition's ongoing, but a lot of the guys that are returning starters did not play maybe as much as some of these young guys that we need to make decisions on. And then with the kickers, all of them got opportunities the other night, and all of them, certainly had some really good moments, and all of them had, a kick or two that they'd like to have back. We kicked a lot, but we're doing more of that now, just trying to figure out what that is or who it is as well. So pleased overall with that.
All right, I mean, again, defensively, you got to see a lot, right? You got guys coming through the portal that were highly recruited that you're giving them an opportunity. You got some guys you need next man up that last year maybe didn't get a lot of run, but now they need to step up their game. So defensively, you got to figure out some stuff. You want to see some youngins. How do they play? Because they're going to be part of your future, if not part of your present. So there's a lot going on defense, and like Shane said, the offense got cooking early, and then the defense had to adjust themselves. Long way to go. Let's get another cut. I want to go to cut 15. We've talked a lot about Rasul Faison, the Utah State transfer that we'll find out if he's ever going to play at South Carolina or not, the running back. The incumbent returning, we think, could be starter, at least in the beginning, is Oscar Attaway. Here's Shane Beamer, cut 15, talking about Attaway.
Yeah, I love Oscar. He has told me that story, or I heard him tell that story to someone. He did not. Maybe he did when we were recruiting him. I don't remember him telling me that. I heard that over the summer, that story as well, that he watched the little office spoof that we put out and said that I'd love to play for that guy. And I appreciate him saying that. It's pretty cool to hear. And then there's a relationship with him. He's a wise old soul. I mean, he's an older guy that he's seen it all and has worked really, really hard. Really good football player who's gotten better in his last year of college football and has great leadership skills. And testament to him, he's on the president or chairman of the SEC advisory committee, or whatever the official word is. I know I probably just butchered that, but representing all the student athletes in the SEC. So when we had our league meetings down in Destin back in May, he was down there, one of a handful of student athletes from across the SEC, that he was the president of that group, which says a lot about his leadership skills and the kind of person he is.
Oh, look, Attaway is just solid, right? Solid player. Is he going to be a game breaker? Probably not, but can he be effective and efficient and productive? Sure. I thought his role was perfect last year, like the 1B behind Rocket Sanders 1A. Get his touches during the game. He's good in pass protection. If the offensive line gives him a crease, he can pick you up some yards. He can catch the football a bit out of the backfield. He just got a lot going for him. But he's not going to be a game-breaking first-round pick in the NFL draft or second-round pick or whatever. I think Attaway in combination with Fuller, Howell, Faison, whoever it could be, Augustov, I think could be effective. I don't think he's like a number one every down type of back, though, where he's going to give you 25, 30 touches or whatever the case of game. I could be wrong. Won't be the first time. We got to get this cut in really quick. Go to the August 12th page real quick, Cale. Kirby Smart was talking about going through the drive-thru, I think at Chick-fil-A, and not using his real name. We got to go out on this. Hit it.
What happens when you go through the Chick-fil-A drive-through and it's Kirby Smart ordering a damn peach shake from Chick-fil-A?
Worst thing about those places, they want your name. And right when I pull up, they go, "Can I get a name for the order?" And I always give my son's name or my wife's name or something. If they're with me, somebody else. I don't like giving my own name because then I get into another conversation.
They still know who you
The best
are.
is when they have no clue. That is the best. That is honestly the best.
You ever mess with them?
No.
What do you think about that Georgia coach, man? I think you ought to run the damn ball.
Yeah. They ain't usually into that at Chick-fil-A. They're not worried about that. They're trying to get you through there quick.
They do, that's right.
Here's your peach milkshake.
They are.
Why didn't you run the ball on that third down?
Keep it going.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, look, if they love you and they know who you are, but what if they don't like you? Again, you're waiting for them to give you the food. Just saying. Just saying. I did a little restaurant working back as a youngin' in high school to get money to go to Ocean City. Just say, ever watch a movie Waiting? Just saying. Always keep the people who's preparing your food happy. Don't screw with them. Especially before they've given you your food. All right, Cale, nice work, my man. Nice job producing the show. Maybe sound smarter than I really am. Jay will be back tomorrow. We'll roll the post-game show with a full staff. The best of the game is coming up next here on The Game in Columbia, Florence, Myrtle Beach, and soon to be Charleston. Our final look at the traffic for the afternoon. Still an accident, Corley Mill Road between US 376 and South Carolina 6, basically Sunset Boulevard, North Lake Drive. Decker Boulevard at Faraway Drive at Crossfield Road. Highway 302 near Crystal Springs Drive as well.